Hey chat, how's it going? Welcome to today's stream. This is a very special stream for more than one reason. It is the final day of GBJune, which in itself is very special, but it is also this channel's birthday. Yeah, that's right. The channel is 13 years old. You may have seen I made a post in the community section of the channel. The first video ever to be publicly posted on this channel was back in 2012 on this very day, making it 13 years old. And I decided to celebrate that by drawing a little doodle with a selection of original characters on them. Do you recognize them all, chat? It's not everyone, but it felt like a good representation of the channel through the years, through original characters. If you're watching for the first time, sorry, let me specify. If you're watching one of these streams for the first time, this is called a Dev Days stream. And over the past month, I've been dedicating a day a week, a stream a week, to creating a new game in GBG. Today, being the last day of June, means that it's the last dev stream of GBJune. So let's see how we get on today. There's still a lot to do. I'm not necessarily confident that we will get it done, but we'll try our very best. And thanks to some amazing assistance from Zert, we have a new build of the game since last time we played. So I'll do some hellos in just a second, and then I'll catch you up to date on where we are with everything. So, who do we have here today? I see... Scrolling up to the top, I see Airy, I see DG, I see Etelshin, I see Mousy Enjoyer. Oh, sorry, Mouse Enjoyer. Arch, hashtag early Ratty Gang. Lemon One, oh, also Ratty Gang for life. Mousepad, Rens, one of the stars of the Game Builder Garage Direct. Have you seen it yet? Pizza here. Newt. King Monk, another star of the Direct. Have you played the Undertale Quest of the Depths demo yet, chat? Random Adventures, Denpuk, bonjour. RJ, it was very fun watching your dev stream earlier today, making a new game using the Sonic engine, or rebuilding a game, I suppose. Rebuilding the engine. Nosilla, good to see you. Panic, hello. Mr. Observador, good to see you. Choops, hello. Thanks for stopping by. Popcorn Ron. I think that's everybody that I see right now, but if I missed you, hello and welcome to the stream. Oh, Pipro, hello. GBG July coming up. Welcome everybody. I saw some questions about Mousy's parents. So in the photo frame, in the back left corner is Mousy's dad. Mousy's dad, of course, was sucked into the black hole by a dark force. And I forget who it was, but somebody said, oh, Pipper, let me know, or yeah, please let me know what the correct way to pronounce your name is. Lua Computer, welcome to the stream. Yeah, someone was asking about who Mousy's mum is, and we have actually seen Mousy's mum before. She is in a photo in the background of My Poltergeist, along with Mousy's dad in their youth. So... Pypro, apologies. Good to see you, Pypro. I will try and keep that in mind. Okay, let's get started. Oh my goodness, sorry, I hit the mic. For anyone who wasn't awake in chat, you will be now. Look at this. We have Project Platform's Xert 4 build. This is the build that Xert sent on the Discord just a few short minutes ago. Actually, about an hour ago. Lemon One asks, have you thought about adding cameos into this? We've got a lot to do before we can think about cameos. Let's get the bulk of the game done first. I have not taken a look at this at all yet, so we'll be learning together. Since the last stream, I worked over the course of a few days to try and get Xert's system working in my build. So Xert sent some really great instructions, both written and video form, on the Project Platforms thread on the Discord server, and on my last Dev Days extracurricular stream, I tried to get those working and I was unable to. Then, thanks to some assistance from Bori, we got a little bit closer and I published that build, but it still wasn't working. But today, thankfully, Xert has very, very kindly put me out of my misery and sent the code. RJ says, can't you just copy it? Well, the thing was that Xert was basically trying to help me get it working through those tips. Xert hadn't uploaded it, and I was trying to use those to rebuild it. So now we do have a build. Also, this is kind of irrelevant to anything, but this is Xert 4 build. And the ID... Wait, yeah, the ID has 4 4s in it. I just thought that was very fun. This is truly the Xert 4 build. Even the game ID agrees. Are you doing GB July Dev Days? GB July does not exist. But if I don't get this done, at some point on my own schedule, with no promises on when those will be, I will continue working on it because I do want to get this out. All right, enough chat. Let's dive into this build. And this is my first time checking this out. Okay, who are these guys doing a conga line at the top? Oh, just bear with me 1 second, chat. Okay, sorry, I'm back. So, here's the game so far. We have a lovely Telfie sprite and walk animation working perfectly down here. So if you weren't there for the creation of this sprite, we made this character first in Paint 3D, and then we imported it using the AGTD Arduino tools by Bori. And when we left off, pretty much none of the functions worked. But hopefully some, if not all of them, have been resolved here in this part. Sorry, the reason I'm stalling is because Xert's just sent some additional details, and I'm just making sure I can get those loaded up so I can read through. So here I'm using the left stick to move the character around, and this is a mouse control game. So this is a perfect game if you are playing on Switch 2. I'm playing on Switch 1, but I can still use a USB mouse. If you're using Switch 2, you will be able to use the Joy-Con mouse. And when I collect a critter, let's actually see how much of this is working, because this demonstration might not. Hey, okay, good. So when we click somewhere, let's reset. Yeah, this placeholder guy is still here watching over us for good luck. Okay, we collect a critter, and then we can command the critter and recall the critter. This is all looking amazing. And these characters are placeholder too, the critters themselves. Okay, so what you saw there was a critter going into bridge form. So the objective of this game is to collect critters and make your way through a puzzle-style level with the aid of your critters, who can transform into bridges. Now, I'm not sure whether or not we can collect multiple critters yet. Let me see. It looks like we can! Okay, so if I click here, the first critter should move into place. Okay, almost. The second critter should follow. Okay, we've got we've got a bit of a traffic jam currently. Oh my goodness! Okay, work in progress, folks. Let's try again. Oh, the white platform is not on the grid. Also, Hazer, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Okay, let me reset. So we can collect one, collect two. Let's try this. Okay. Almost. It was working before. Maybe it was just an accident that it worked. Also, the cursor still counts as floor to them. Aha, interesting. So Zert has actually written up a document, or is in the process of writing up the document. So let's have a look at what Zert has said before we dive into anything. Zert, I don't know how much of this you're okay with me reading directly from the document, or whether or not this is for me to kind of summarize. But specifically, the text Nodon counts as a floor. Can temporarily remove that for now. Yeah, so this was something that you mentioned before, that the text Nodon counts as a block, a floor block, and that can cause some problems. So we might have to remove that at least temporarily. Zert says, so you just got 3 new critters to take care of. It's always hard to suddenly become a new parent, but this guide should help you through most of it. Stuff that changed in the environment. First, I added a texture to this massive object on the right of the start area to add a visible grid. So this grid that you see here is new. It wasn't there before. And this is a great representation of how the grid system works for the critters, where you'll see they kind of glide in place to stop on exactly one of the grid squares. This is essential, as Zert explained in his explainer video, to how the bridge snapping works, where they transform into the bridge critters. Zert goes on to say you might also want something like this for actual gameplay to help align critters, and cursor clicks for making long bridges. I also connected the massive teleporter to the player to maximize critter call range. So I need to make a copy of this so we can go in and edit some stuff, because I want to have a look. I want to visualize some of these tweaks as I read through this document. Thanks to the assistance of a mysterious benefactor in the week, we now have some giant teleporters. So this was something that was actually an issue that Zert highlighted with the default teleporters before. I've just realized this teleporter is so big, we can't actually even see it when we set it to visible. But it is giant. And this allows us to recall our critters in a way that the default teleport wouldn't allow us to. Because if we go into the special objects, into launch, teleport entrance, and make a max size teleporter, it might look the same size, but it's actually 10 times smaller than this modded teleport entrance here, which is 100 meters. I believe we also have a 200 meter one somewhere. Yes, this 200 meter one, if it was ever required. Thank you to our mysterious benefactor for modding that in for us. Zert goes on to say, how your critter behaves. At the start of the game, all the critters are dormant. So that's what we can see right now. So obviously, when we set up a playable stage, these critters will be scattered around the stage. Also, we have some nice designs for the critters that we need to replicate here inside the game. They won't all be these placeholder birds. Once you come into a certain range, a flag will activate, which makes them move to your position once. So, I actually want to visualize this. So we're going to move through this kind of slow. I'm guessing it's this touch sensor person here. I might get some of this stuff wrong, because this is really my first time looking at it. Yeah, there we go. So that sphere here, made up of these thin white lines, is the radius for our critters. So, if I very carefully come into the range of this critter, it is now active, and tapping will allow me to move the critter wherever I want to. And pressing ZL will whistle my whistle and recall them to my current position. So this is perfect if they do go into bridge mode. Come on, you can do it. There's still some... Oh, I think it's because of the cursor. That issue is actually because of the cursor. So let me just quickly restart. This is the issue that Zert mentioned earlier. It's a known bug, so to speak. So if I try this... You know what? I should just probably turn that off like Zert suggested. Hang on. Cursor's down here. And let's just disconnect that for a minute. So we won't be able to see the cursor, but we should still be able to use it. Oh, I got pushed. Try again. Almost. Come on, little birdie, you can do it. There we go. So it looks like they orientate themselves to the sort of, let's call that west, when they go into bridge mode, which is interesting. Right? Is this going to do it? Yeah, they always spin themselves around to the west. I wonder why that happens. Oh man, Etelshin, yeah, if once this game is out and released, folks want to make their own levels, that would be super cool to see. Make it a cylinder. You can't have a cylinder text object. So we might have to find some kind of workaround for that. Add music. We won't be adding any music just yet to the game, but I should put some music on. Should put some music on in the background of the stream. Just give me one moment. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I was almost late to the stream today, so apologies that it's taking me a bit of time to get everything set up. Let's get some music. I want some calm music, but I also want it to be bright and happy. Ooh. Sorry for the loud music, folks. When will I add music to the game? It'll probably be one of the very last things that I do. Sorry, everyone. I did not expect that music to be so loud. Okay, continuing on with Zert's doc here. Sorry, Starman. Welcome to the stream. Something about Starman's message being I had earphones, my head exploded. While not funny, is very funnily worded. Okay, continuing on from Zert's document. Once they are activated, pressing ZR will make all the activated critters follow you. Pressing a location with the mouse will also command the nearest active critter to that location. If a critter senses that it is no longer above ground, a different flag will activate, an active bridge mode. While in bridge mode, using the cursor won't work, but pressing ZR will make them unbridge and come to you again. Okay, so while we're just testing this, let's make the cylinder visible. So we don't have the cursor anymore, but we do have this cylinder here. So when I click, we can see this cursor. Hey, Mr. Nomad, welcome to the stream. So again, when we do this, they'll move to the position of the cursor. And when I drop them into bridge mode, they rotate round. Zert did say something about making the UFO visible to see that. So let's just have a look at that. The UFOs for the critters, I believe, will be up here. Oh, wait, no, it won't. It'll be over here. This was a change in the first Zert version. That's now visible. So not only do we have the touch sensor showing our activation range, but we now have the UFO that controls the critter's movement visible. So we can see the critters kind of wobble around. And then if we go into bridge mode, that spinning is as they settle into place. Okay. Whoa, Mr. Nomad just finished their GBG FNAF game. Awesome.
An alien?
Exactly, Newt. Alright. The next category here from Zert's document is moving your critter to a starting point. These are all the Nodon that make up an individual critter. If you want to move a critter's position at the start of the game, drag the UFO moving box plus location sensor. So that's this UFO, that moving box, and the location sensor. Hey Maple Kid, welcome to the stream. Don't worry about it. There was a lot of spam, so I just timed you out briefly, but it's great to see. Sensors with the UFO and the box too. Ah, okay. Sensors under here, is it? There we go. So it's that stack of 3 Nodon. So moving those to a new position. All 3 Nodon must stay together, otherwise the critter will be confused and possibly explode at the start of the game. So if we were to drag this stack of 3 elsewhere, perhaps up here, our critter, who is currently still set to visible on the UFO, is now up here and still functions as expected without getting spoke too soon. Works without getting too confused. Let me just turn off the visibility. In fact, I'm going to reset their position. Make the UFO speed a little slower to prevent that. That's a good shout. That's something we should have a little bit of an experiment with. Why is my audio being strange today? Okay. So that's all looking good. Inside your critter is the next category. Critter 1. For this part, I removed the 3 Nodon mentioned in the section above to make it look less like spaghetti. That's very, very important when working on a project like this, and it is appreciated immensely when you have an object or a stack of objects that have this many connections. You see this delicious al dente spaghetti here. Music volume slightly too loud. Let me tweak that for you. I appreciate the heads up. My audio is being very odd today. I'm guessing that's more like it. Hey Mercury Angel, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so there's a lot of uncooked spaghetti, but Zer is explaining that this portion here was separated out from the kind of guts of the critter, the organs, the sinew, the bones of the critter, which lives over here. This part is the model itself. So remember when we created this is the feet. This is the like the pelvis, the hips, the body, the placeholder face. Mercury says, I eat noodles uncooked sometimes, to be honest. Just a little handful as a snack when cooking them anyway. I do too sometimes. When you like, oh no, there's too many noodles for the bowl. I better have a little tasty, crunchy snack before I pour the water in. You can sometimes just get like snack noodles as well, which is great. Just smash them up inside the instant noodle bag and crunch on them. This sensor here, continuing in Zert's document, is the activation range of the critter. Adjust it however big you want it to be. It goes to this map here, and that changes how fast they go into and out of bridge mode. Interesting. Hey, Crow Games, welcome to the stream. This tiny, tiny little touch sensor here, this microscopic touch sensor, is what's detecting the floor itself. If you want to fix the cursor text box issue, which is why I had to disconnect the cursor over here, or the visual representation of a cursor which uses a text box, you would need to offset that sensor a little lower with another object so it doesn't sense the thin text object. It would still sense the thick floors. So that would be a solution to it. But maybe we use a slightly different approach. Right now, I'm actually not too worried about having the visual for the cursor. Zert in chat says, I originally didn't have that map for the bridge mode speed, but they ended up going in and out of bridge mode very violently. That's so funny. Okay, let's continue with our dissection of the critter. There is a little cluster here of angle sensor and hinge, and these maps and digitize here. And the text alongside this cluster from Zert says, to change the direction the critter is facing, it uses an angle sensor connected to its UFO and rounds to the nearest 90 degrees. You can change the UFO's turning speed to adjust how quickly they change directions. Changing the UFO's speed setting might help the erratic turning. ... Maybe. So, let's have a look. Let's do a little bit of an experiment and adjust the turning speed of the UFO. So currently it's set to 0.10. So if we were to try, can we do 0.05? We can. So this is going to turn half as fast. Oh, I actually want to, let's keep the visibility on. So it's a little less jiggly, perhaps. Let's compare it to this one. Did I not trigger you? There we go. Oh yeah, of course, we have to do it in sequence. Honestly, didn't seem too different. Let's drop it down even more. .01. So maybe going a bit extreme here, but I don't know. So we actually kind of get a little bit of a lag between the... Oh my goodness. Hang on. I need to quickly do something. So that might be a little too slow. What if we take it the other way and we go super high? Just out of curiosity. The max is 1. What is it currently set to? Let me find another UFO. .10 is the current speed. Is this just going to immediately break the critter? Let's find out. Honestly, it doesn't seem much less erratic than it did previously. They really do not like to be too close together. Okay, so I think let's just leave that at 0.10. There we go. And I'm just going to shuffle these up just for convenience's sake right now. Okay, let's continue on. This code for the object that tries to snap to the grid. So, this section here, this location sensor, and the logic in this line here is actually the thing that will attempt to snap to the grid. So that little bit of shifting you see from a critter when you send them somewhere. A little shifting is thanks to that bit of logic there. Hey Tom, did you fall asleep on your keyboard? Oh, wait, is that a game ID? It seems to be the right number of characters. G000VV2GVL. We're not going to be playing any creations today, but you can, in future, send in your game codes to be played on a showcase stream. There will be another one at the end of July. If you'd like to send in a game for then. All right, what's next on the list? Multiply the output ranges of these 4 maps to adjust its speed. So let's bring up those 4 maps. Starman says, any advice on an RPG game I'm doing in GBG? Man, I'm not super familiar with RPG games, really. I think, depending on what kind of game you're making, I think having a little idea in mind of what the bigger story is, even if that's something that, because obviously GBG can have its limitations, and telling a story inside GBG can sometimes be one of the first things that gets cut when you're trying to make the mechanics of a game. But I think it's always a really good idea to have those background, that storyline, what the motivations of a character are, in mind when you go into making it. One of the first things that I did after we created our character for this game for Project Platforms was I created a little backstory for them. And that will probably never make it into the game, but I think it's fun to think about it, especially when it comes to designing the world of the game. Something that's also quite important in an RPG, I think. Yeah, that's probably my advice. I don't know how useful that is, because you may have a very different idea in mind for your game, but other than that, I would just say make the game that you want to make. Okay, so we've got 4 maps here. This lovely little matrix of maps. Multiply the output ranges of these 4 maps to adjust its speed. Might help with the erratic movements when settling down. So for example, the outputs of the maps are currently 0.8 to -1. Oop. Here? Maybe they were tweaked slightly in this version. So I think that's 1 to -1. If you want to make them twice as slow, you can change them to 0.5. Yes, it would be. And -0.5. Oh, don't touch the top input. My bad. Oh, I see. I see. So it's left to right, 0.8, and -1. I see, okay. So, to make those tweaks, it would be adjusting to 0.4. And -0.5. Erase 0.5. 0.4 minus 0.5. Yep. 0.4 minus 0.5. So this critter should now be half or twice as slow, half as fast. See, can we notice a difference? Ah, specifically the grid snapping speed. Right, because the actual speed of the UFO will change the movement speed. I see. Gotcha. So let's have a compare with that in mind. Yeah, so I think that first one had a slightly less erratic grid snap. All right, nice. Okay, so here's what I think I might do first. I have some level designs that I sketched out a few days ago, maybe a week ago. And I'd like to replicate the first one of those in our test arena here. And I think what I would like to do while I'm getting that set up is maybe do it in a slightly inefficient way, which would be to break the stage up into squares the size of, you know, the width of the platform that I want to be working with, and just tile it out. And the reason for that is because I think it will help me visualize the shape, and then we'll go in and we'll strip it back and just make them out of single runs of blocks. So right now, oh, in fact, it is already like that. So what's the maximum size we can go? This single one. Very big. Is it too big? I think it might be. What's the current size? Current size is 4x4. Let's go 8x8 instead of 10x10. I think this music is going to actually drive me insane. I'm going to put the playlist on. We might just have to skip some ads every now and then, so bear with me 1 second. I really do need to get a proper stream playlist set up going at some point. Where is my stream music? Where is it? Where is it? Oh. There we go. I found it. Okay, we've got to wait for the ad to go. There we go. Okay. Oh, right, we were going in here. That's 8. So I'm not going to worry about the textures on these blocks just for the moment. The one thing that I do want to check is whether or not I want these blocks to be visible underneath their texture. Another thing I might want to play around with is whether or not I want to represent the grid on the texture of the ground plane itself, or whether I want to rely exclusively on this overlay. One thing about this overlay is it gives me quite a lot of flexibility about flexibility with the ground texture itself. All these poor critters, hang on. So right now it is not visible. So let's do a little bit of an experiment and see whether we like the look of visible or non-visible, these objects underneath the texture. So you see you get this little beveled edge here. Which we can change the color of by changing the visibility of the object. Sorry, the base color of the object. So if we go light blue, for example, we get this little separation between each one. Whereas when we have visibility turned off, we do not see any of that geometry around the edge. It kind of gives us a little bit of extra fun to work with. Oh, hang on. Don't need to toggle it to visible. And it might be helpful when trying to visualize. Oh, I just noticed. Are we offset from the grid right now? Do I actually need to be like 7.5 or something? I wonder how big each one of these is. It's exactly the size of that black square in the middle there. That's 0.8, right, so 0.8, 1, 2, 3, 4. Trying to think what would be the correct width to go for. Just grab this for a second. So I'm just using this as a little bit of a ruler to see. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of those across. So maybe we go 10. And I think that would make it... Oh, Zert just said 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, or 8, 8. So yeah, I think 10 would be 8, 8, right? Let's see. Eight. 8.8. Oops. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So actually, let's go 7.2 as our base kind of stage tile size. Starman says, is it okay if I put Mousy in my game as an NPC? So my my kind of approach to this generally, Starman, is as long as your game or project that you're putting Mousy into adheres to the general guidelines of this community, so nothing violent or anything above like a family-friendly rating, it's absolutely fine to use Mousy or any of my other GBG characters in your project. It's always nice when you give a credit to me when you do so, but it's not strictly necessary. It is great to see Mousy pop up in things, always. Seven point two. 7.2. Okay, so how does this feel for grid size? That feels nice. That feels good because we would... I just make these invisible for a second. We'd always get a bit of the background visible. It feels like a good size to walk around on. Is the playing going to be gridlocked or is it for the aesthetic? Well, this was something that I was actually worried about before Ouija Boys, because I felt like, oh no, we're gonna have to make the movement gridlocked, but I do like the free movement for the player and for the cursor. So we've got this slightly hybridized system now, which is that the critters snap to a grid, even though the cursor itself, which I just need to turn the visibility back on for, even though the cursor itself is kind of freeform. It feels like a nice best of both worlds, at least for now. Who knows if it will cause some problems later on, but it should be fine. So you can see that the critters themselves actually do settle on a specific grid square. Okay, so let's return to setting up our stage. So this is going to be our first stage, so I want to give the player a bit of space to explore as they familiarize themselves with the controls, but I do want to pretty much start by giving them a critter early on, so they can also get used to their critter. That's our grid square display. That's our recall mechanic. I'm just double checking before I move anything to make sure I can actually move it. So all of this I think should be fine to move. Just want to give myself a little bit more space. This should be fine to move. and that will definitely be fine to move. That's just for the player. Okay, I believe everything should still be functioning fine, because none of that should be location-based stuff. Yeah, it's VibRibbon. Have you ever revisited a project and forgotten what circuits do what? Oh, Lemon, I forget between streams, let alone revisiting a project. I think the exception may be Mousie's Cheese Maze, because... No, in fact, even that doesn't apply, because I went back to that at the beginning of the Dev Days streams this month, and I couldn't remember how Meowsie's logic worked. What is this song from? That's from VibRipple, the Japan-only PS2 sequel to VibRibbon.
Do it all with ad-free listening.
This one is not from VibRipple, this is an ad.
Get YouTube Music Premium.
Okay, so... get our... That song was fire. Let's get our critter here. I'm gonna make a little note for myself, because I think it would be really nice to have both a little sound effect and maybe a little indication on the critter itself that they've woken up. That could be it. They could be asleep until you collect them. Critter wakes up when collected. I love Telfie too. Imagine if there was a way to make an orthographic, I think that's what it's called, camera in GBG for these isometric games. So I think when you go down to like 10 10 on the camera, which I think is the bottom value, camera field of view, that is the absolute closest you can get to orthographic. It does not, as you've identified, Ouija Boys, give you true orthographic, but it is not too far off, really. It would be amazing to have like a true orthographic camera. It would be a very, very specific look, but it'd be so nice. Nice. I'm going to have a look through what Elsa has written now. So here, this little bit that I moved into the stage, the constant, the teleport, the rotating object, and hinge connector, that was something that Xur added to try to go to the same position when you recall the critters. Make the rotating object larger to make them keep a little more distance, and maybe not make a mosh pit when you recall. Interesting. Okay, so let's just make this rotating object visible for a second. And let me see it here. There it is. Whoa, it is spinning pretty quickly. So if we go bigger on this, we'll lose Telfie for a second. So it prevents them from going on top of Telfie, essentially. I wonder whether each of the critters will require that too, so we don't get the smooshing that happens. Oh, I'm glad that you like that blue guy. They're also placeholder, but I think the final designs are equally adorable. How are things looking? We're just moving through all of the amazing additions that Zert has made to basically get what was here functional and then some. But it's looking good. I have this force field around me. Yes, they are placeholder. And I think this is a good idea to have. Obviously not visible. So it offsets them by a little bit. So that, let's turn the visibility off on this now. I'm actually just going to grab some values real quick. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just writing down the values of the grid sizes. What do you mean placeholder? Are they get a bad day? They are... The actual designs are fairly similar, but just a little bit more polished. So they're not going to bad day. Okay. So it says, so when you recall, the target object of each critter is teleported to the player. By rotating the teleporter around the player, the teleporter will be at a different position for each frame. Oh, that's so fascinating. So that's why it works. Targeting different spaces. Whoa. Okay, so we're going to collect these. And then we're going to recall. And if you remember, we had that big force field spinning around, which has a teleporter. So when I recall them, they don't both aim to go to the exact same location. Very nice. Let's go for like 2.4 on this. It seems like a reasonable size. And I'm going to continue on with what Zert has written here. Also, let me just arrange this so it's a bit neater, a bit more legible. Okay. Cool. In fact, let me just separate this out because this is something different. You can make the soccer ball visible if you want to see how they're being called. It can also make the rotating sphere and teleporter visible to see how they work. So let me actually look at the teleporter for a second. So this is the thing that should be rotating around. There it is. Whoa, look at Telfie's hidden magic. And then if we get the soccer ball and make that visible, or football in my case. So there's the football. And if I collect them, you can actually see the inner workings. Whoa, the like shuffling of the ball is wild. That's so smart, though. It means that they don't end up on the exact same grid space when recalled, as mentioned. Huh. I wonder whether it would be possible to only have the teleporters function on press, so there isn't that kind of like shuffling of the ball, but rather, because it looks like, let me just count it briefly. 1, 2, 3, maybe about 2.5 seconds where it is continuing to shuffle. Let me just reset and not collect them and do it. Oh, well, I need to collect them for this to show up. But when I press, you see the football kind of chooses its location. And I think that can lead to that kind of indecision from the critter. So I wonder whether it's like once it's... I think it does that to make sure the critter ends up behind the player. It doesn't seem to function like that, Ouija boys, because it can end up in front. Extra trigger for each critter. For now, let me continue on. Sorry, just kind of thinking out loud as we go. It's so fascinating to see how this all works in such a visible way. Now, we get to the scary category. Zert has written a special category here called Future Problems. Going into the next level. So, you may recall that in an earlier build, we had a kind of very basic, very loose level system working where we could go into a teleporter and it would teleport us to a new stage. Zert says, the following needs to be done. The flag connected to the activation sensor must be disabled once to make them dormant again. The flag connected to the activation sensor. That's, where? Let me think. That one, I think. Yep. So this flag will need to be disabled once you teleport through to make them dormant again, if I understand it correctly. The fancy objects of the critters should be teleported to their new starting locations. So the fancy objects are these here, which we can turn the visibility back off on. I should also turn the visibility off on this. Where was it? That one, the teleporter. You would need to teleport them there to the new starting location, and would need something similar to what you did for the level select teleporter, since we don't have many teleporters left. So here's the... Where is it? The level select logic. Which... How does this work? Oh, it kind of free slides the remaining teleporter around to its positions. Send the new Y offset and Y inputs for the critter. For example, if the surface of the new floor is at -16, send -16 to all the critter free slides if you are on that floor. So floor being levels there, I think. Let me just read through that chunk again to make sure I've got it cemented in my mind. The fancy objects of the critters should be teleported to their new starting locations. You would need to teleport them there and would need something similar to what you did for the level select teleport. This stuff here. for the level select teleporter, since we don't have any left. Then the new Y offset and Y inputs for the critters. For example, if the surface of the new level is at -16, then -16. Floor, I guess, being their starting position. I see. Oh, wait. Right. So specifically, if the player character is at the position of the new level, then send the correct Y offset to the Y inputs of the critters. All in all, at least for this stream, I think you should just settle on one very big floor, says Zert. Understood. So the level select we'll come back to. There's also an issue around the number of critters. So currently, one critter costs about 60 Nodon. So that's for the placeholder model and the guts, the internals. Max is 4. Max is 4. Oh, okay. Max is 4 critters if you need a teleporter for the critters moving floors. You can push it to 5 if there's only one big floor, but the Nodon limit will be your main limitation. So we could have 5 critters, unique critters in the game, if there's only one big floor. So instead of there being multiple stages. I don't know whether Zert is still here in chat currently, but if you are, Zert, just for me, could you clarify the floor terminology that you've been using here? When you say floor, do you mean as opposed to having distinct stages that we teleport to? I kind of think that's what you're referring to, but if you are there to just confirm, that would be very helpful. I hope you have a good dinner, Ouija boys. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Okay, so if right now the critters cost 60 Nodon, if we had 4 critters, gotcha, thank you, Zert. If we had 4 critters, that would be 240 Nodon just for the critters. And that's not accounting for a more complete model. RJ says, would making them pre-rendered be cheaper? Yes, absolutely, because we wouldn't need the actual model itself here, any of this. Well, I say that, but of course, if we do pre-render them, you still need all their sprites and separate logic for them. So it would be whether or not the finalized models utilize more Nodon than pre-rendering them and then animating them. That blue guy says, not to mention the 128 texture limit. I think the 128 texture limit shouldn't be too bad for what we're trying to do here. Obviously, it's always a threat, but I suspect that... What is this? This is a grid of 1, 2, 3. It's like 8 by 3. Jennifer, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. I hope you're enjoying today's stream if you're watching. So yeah, like 4 critters is 240 Nodon before we even have the final model in place. So 5 will be very unlikely, I would guess, because that would be that'd be 300. That'd be essentially half of our Nodon limit. Make it 2 frames, 4 cardinal directions. 8 frames each. Yeah, it does limit us on some flexibility around how we kind of bring personality to them. I think the fact that they wobble and they waddle right now is very fun and is kind of an accidental byproduct of the 3D model. If we went for the pre-rendered look and we did do the 2 frames 4 cardinal directions, it would still be nice to like be able to make them sleep or something. I mean, I'm kind of less that's a problem for down the line, honestly, and I think the models are the way to go. But we'll see. Never say never on that. It is a very beautiful Nodon Web Crow Games. Okay, so something else. This is a real shift from the very, very logic-heavy stuff. Something else I do want to consider is a little bit about what the world itself will look like. So we've obviously now got these thick platforms, which originally I talked about just having like wafer-thin kind of floating world. This thick platform was introduced a little bit out of a mechanical necessity because of how the critters sense the floor. It could have been avoidable to have them thin, but I actually like what the thick world looks like because the thick world is now... There's no platform there. The thick world is now the same thickness as the critters themselves. And I think when they go into bridge mode... it looks nice, it looks neat, it looks good to have... Whoa, wobbly critter. It looks good to have the world be the same thickness as a critter. It feels like it is correct. And I think it will reassure the player that they are playing it correctly to have a critter and the world be the same thickness. How does bridge mode work? Do you mean mechanically, RJ, or in terms of the gameplay? Under the hood or the mechanics of the game? Mechanically. So they have a little sensor on the underside that is constantly sensing for the ground. And when it no longer senses the ground, they shift down on the y-axis the correct amount. It is a bit more complicated than that, but in simple terms. That's the gist. One thing that is still a little bit challenging is doing a bridge longer than one critter. You see, we get into a bit of a mess with it. And it kind of makes me wonder whether or not a lot of the complexity of the movement system would just be resolved by having the critters move on a strict grid. Yeah, I can imagine how that would be necessary. Honestly, I think having the critters move in straight lines rather than ever being able to move diagonally like that is probably the right way to go. This is fun. I'm kind of having to work through this as I see it a little bit. Can we restrict them to only being able to move in 4 directions? Yeah. That's absolutely a possibility, I'm sure. Because that wouldn't mean that Telfi can't. It would just be how the critters move. And I know that this is obviously, as I was kind of saying earlier today, this would be the first thing that I would have to put aside if Nodon limits required it. But it's part of the reason why I did want to have a visual distinction between Telfi, the pre-rendered sprite, and the critters, to give a sense of them being of this world and Telfi not, and having them move in straight lines, and having them be models, and having them be cubes, all kind of makes sense in my mind. So I like that, honestly. It's a solution, and I think it feels in line with what we were going for. Hey, Tubes! You're here with on-brand food. Is it by any chance a burrito? Or a chalupa, of course. But I feel like it's probably a burrito. Okay. Sir has actually posited a fix for the critter indecision that I was referring to before. That's them kind of picking a location around the player and being a little uncertain. There is an extra trigger between the timer and the teleporter. And the timer length needs to go from... Change the timer length of signal from 0 to 1.8. Okay. 0.81, excuse me. Yeah, Taco Bell burrito. I should have known. Enjoy it, Tubes. Okay, so this is where we're going to put our trigger in. I'm going to send that up to the teleport. And I'm going to need to do this for all 3 of the critters. Whoa, Tubes, this is news to me. I didn't realize that you weren't a huge chalupa fan despite the name. Okay, so I'm just replicating this across all 3 of the critters. Why do I put my Nodon so close? Because this is how Zert had it laid out, and for this stuff, I feel like it makes sense. I can still see the connection there. Okay, one more to do. Oh, I think did I not do that on this one? Thanks for the heads up, Zert. Oh, I got it. Yeah. Do do do. Okay. 0.81. So this should be a solve for the critter indecision. And in fact, I think what I'm going to do is just turn the visibility of the football back on so that we can see this along with the teleport visibility. So the issue before was that after clicking, we saw the football teleport across several of these for about a second and a half, I think it was. I don't know, that was just a one Mississippi count. It was not accurate at all. Whereas here, there's an invisible platform here that I keep missing. When I recall, it just goes for that first location. That's really nice. So I think when we grab 2 critters, that should make that jostling a lot less where they fight for positions. I haven't got the visibility on that one, but yeah, nice. Still a little bit of shoving, but I mean, have you ever tried to herd barnyard critters? There's always a little bit of scuffling, a little bit of barging. Hyper Demon, welcome to the stream. If you're here, thank you for subscribing. Hey, Freddy. It's going very, very well. Zert has been guiding me through their fixes and additions. And we've just made a little bit of a tweak to the recall behavior. Just making a note for myself here, chat. Bear with me. Hey, Ginger. Good to see you. I hope you're well. Okay. Just made myself 3 notes that I think probably make sense for some behavior and mechanic adjustments. Number 1, this was mentioned earlier, critters should work in straight lines, no diagonals. So what I mean by that is currently the critters, whilst adhering to grid squares, are allowed to navigate off grid. It's only when they rest that they snap to the grid. So this can cause issues when, well, it will be an issue or would be an issue trying to do longer bridges. We'd have to find a solution for that would allow them to line up and walk across. So the most sensible solution would be having them only be able to walk in straight lines. So imagine a critter kind of navigating through the grid like this. If I clicked up here, this critter would find a route over there without going diagonally. Maybe make the floor sensor 0.8 wide to make the bridge snapping less messy. Okay, let's give that a try, and then I will return to tiny little sensor somewhere here. Oh no, that's the... I'm trying to remember what... Where is it? Above the location sensor on the left. There it is, thank you. Hiding in the antenna of the location sensor. Nice, Ginger. I hope you've been enjoying this month's community streams. Okay, so 0.8 to make it less messy. I'm guessing you mean on the X and Y. And I guess, if I'm not mistaken, the reason for this is so that it's a little bit closer to the grid size by default. Oh, the days are definitely deving, Sav. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, that sounds scary, Tubes. I don't mind spiders, but I would not be happy if a spider ran out from under my keyboard. Okay, so now we're 0.8 on these. Let me just turn off the visibility of the stuff I turned on earlier for some testing. And instead, let me turn on the visibility of the... the floor sensor, this one here. So on Critter 1, we'll toggle that visibility on. So we should be able to see a floor sensor here, which when we direct them to an edge, they should no longer go into bridge mode until they're fully over an edge. That's definitely a lot cleaner than it was before, because if we put one here or here, as it kind of wanders along and it's not quite in place, there shouldn't be risk of it toggling like there was when it was super narrow before. It's so funny that this section is blue because the critter blends in completely. I saw, was it Jinjo asking about what this game is? So this game is a puzzle game, let's say, kind of action puzzle game, where you play as Telfie, this little toy fairy elf, to get from point A to point B across these kind of slightly maze-like environments. And you'll encounter gaps that you can only traverse with the assistance of these platforms, as we're calling them right now, these critters who can turn into bridges. That blue guy says, "What critter? All I see is blue." So you can see, we can now go over, although there's a huge gap here, it wouldn't be a huge gap like this. You would normally have a kind of 1 block wide, or 2 or 3 block wide bridge. When I first started this game, I described it as being a cross between Monkey Ball and Pikmin. I think as we've gone along, the Monkey Ball aspects have diminished, although the visuals, the floating platforms high above a skybox, was definitely informed by Monkey Ball. And the Pikmin side of things, I think, is fairly self-evident. Yeah, I think it's a very fun hybrid, and it's so great to see it beginning to function now with all of Zert's amazing help. Arch says, "What song is this? I don't recognize it, but it seems pretty freaky." I don't know. It sounds very, very normal and very not freaky to me. Anyway, I actually got a message from Zert with an example of a long bridge. Right, okay. I'm gonna see if I can make a long bridge as well, following Zert's demonstration here. I'm curious to try it. Okay, critters 1 and 2 come here. Okay, that is 1. Oh, that's almost 2. So you can see that the lack of straight movement from the critters causes some challenges. Something that we would not want for a player, ultimately. This is the best bridge I've made so far, thanks to... Oh, I think now that that's exactly the same size as the critters are detecting each other. The critters are trying so hard. So wait, I think we might need to go a tiny bit smaller on the sensors, but like not a grid square amount different. I think like... Zert said 0.7, perfect. Delphi elevator. Do 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 do. Why do the critters turn randomly when they go into bridge mode? So that was a question that I asked earlier, and Zert was saying it was something to do with when they are close to the selected point. The UFO kind of spins into place. I'm not sure how that can be mitigated, if it can. Okay, let's try this. Okay, critter 1. Oops, didn't mean to recall both. Ah, that's the other thing I meant to say. I guess recall should be sequential. Ideally. Yeah, who knows how viable that is. Still too big, it seems. Or is it that they're squeezing each other? Maybe I was gonna say maybe the critters should be like 7.9, but then there'll be gaps between the critters, wouldn't there? So, Try aligning the critter to the same line before sending the second one, like this. Okay. They keep squeezing each other. I think it is the sensor still. It's hard to tell. There is a 2 critter bridge. Let's see if we can make it a 3. Okay. Come on, little critter, you can do it! Yes! Okay, come down. Guys, you're doing so well. Still the sensor. Let's go smaller. Is there lore to Telfie's wind-up crank? Wait, Tubes, were you not here when I read through the lore the other stream? I can quickly read what I wrote so far, bearing in mind this is very placeholder. I think I might have posted this on the thread. Okay. Telfie is an enchanted toy brought to life by the fairy goddess. When Telfie's best friend, Nomi, is banished to a distant land by a dark warlock, Telfie sets off on a quest to save them, venturing to new lands inhabited by cute critters that can transform into bridges. So yes, Telfie, the toy elf fairy, is specifically created by the fairy goddess, and is an enchanted toy. Oh, need to adjust the sensors again. So the skinny boxes did help in some ways, but actually we're an issue here, where it causes them to pop up, detecting each other, thinking it is floor. Zur, out of interest, could this be resolved by making them all dice? I can't see why not. We could make a dice. Instead of just a box to differentiate it from the floor. Red Game Boy Advance game. Yeah, I love that, Jinjo. Also, that blue guy, thank you for the... Need to be boxes so they can walk on top of each other to make longer bridges. Oh, right. Right. But we could make the touch sensor detect for box and dice. As long as we don't use dice anywhere than... Because it can do that, right? Check what? Box. But is that only if it detects a box and a dice concurrently, not either or? I already have some headcanon tubes that the placeholder character is an earlier enchanted toy made by the fairy goddess. And honestly, that came about from Mercury Angel's lovely drawing of the placeholder character reading a bedtime story to Telfie. Why are we changing it to dice then? Oh! Oh my goodness, yeah. I forgot. So stupid. Sorry, sir. I did say headcanon tubes. It's one layer of separation from being actually canon. Oh, I know what it is. It's once it wobbles, I think the end of the sensor touches the other one. It's the length, not the width, I think, that's actually the issue here. Did you see it? It was like, as that one shuffled into place, I think it nudged it. I think. Touch and IR also works for this game. Oh, I see what you're responding to, Freddy. Chumrat says, I assume this game is going to be Switch 2 exclusive, unless you have a mouse for Switch 1. So as Freddy said, you can also use the pointer. So the pointer here works just the same. You can use the R button to point. Kind of like new play controls for Pikmin. Or you can use the touchscreen if you're playing in handheld mode or on Switch Lite. I love how many options you have in GBG for this sort of stuff. It is amazing. Oh shoot, I've recalled them all. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's try again. Whoa, both of them are going. All right, cool. They were eager. Okay. I don't know what I did, Freddy. Oh, recalled. Okay, I see. All of them going if you clicked far enough. Whoa, that would be wild. I made a Tetris block. Mercury says, Dom, important question. Is the fairy goddess going to get a design, even if it wouldn't be part of the game? I have already designed Nomi, the fairy goddess, and the warlock, the dark warlock. Or at least I have an idea of what they would look like in my mind. And I drew a sketch. But, no, they're not ready to show yet, Choops. I think kind of like how I had an idea for Telfi, before Telfi was called Telfi in my mind. It's a similar thing, where, if you recall, Telfi's initial concept was like, yodeler plus farmer plus wizard, right? And then we ended up with this. I have something around the same level of resolved in my mind, but at some point when there is less of the game to do, I would like to do just like a bonus stream where I paint 3D those characters. But in short, the fairy goddess. So, do you remember how we described that Telfi is kind of that toy plus fairy stuff, as we were saying before? I wanted to play off of that fantastical plus physical toy, something along those lines, combination. So the fairy goddess design, I had in my mind a kind of like paper mache doll looking thing, plus a fairy, obviously, and then the evil warlock was going to be like a carved wooden mask plus wizard kind of style. And I wanted Nomi, Telfi's little friend, to be kind of almost dressed in a similar way, but not humanoid. Instead, they are like a hat come to life. Just the pointy hat with some features. I love the idea of them being almost like a little sprite, no pun intended, compared to Telfi. So yes, I have some ideas around those, but they're not going to get into the game. So right now they don't need to be designed, as much as I would love to. I'll maybe show the sketches off in the thread after we've designed them, because I think that's always fun to see the influence after the design is settled, because otherwise the sketch might inform them too strongly. Okay, I need to focus again though. So, here's my notes from the little playtest we did with this current build. The critters should walk in straight lines, not diagonals, so they follow the grid. They adhere to the grid strictly at all times. I think they should always follow after collection. So right now, you collect them and they kind of spring to life. But it's not until you specifically direct them somewhere that they and recall them that they follow. But I think once they walk on the grid, having them follow behind, unless you specifically direct them somewhere, might make sense. The other thing I said is that there should be no way that they can go into bridge mode while they're following. So what I've seen happen a few times is, let's say you're over here, and then you direct them here, they can pop into bridge mode. But right now, all we're doing is a very kind of like dumb check about whether or not the floor is literally just below them. And as it stands right now, I can't imagine... Oh, well, I guess we could just put a flag in place. That would mean that the touch sensor for the floor isn't active unless they are Ooh. Oh wow, good job you two. I wonder. I'm trying to think whether or not we would need... Okay, so I'm kind of working backwards. This might not make sense immediately. Hey, Voxy, good to see you. Let me just turn this sensor off before I forget. Sensor visibility. And... I think that would be super fun, Choops. I don't want to make any promises on that, though. Okay. Good to see you, Voxy. Hope you're well. Okay, so I'm just working through a thought here. Yeah, it may not make sense as I go through this, but we'll kind of work backwards. So let's say we've got our critters. They're following. They're so cute. And I'm over here. Let me just send them down this way a little bit more. I go over here and I actually want one to go here. What's going to happen is it's going to run out this way and turn into a bridge. Which is not what we want. What we want is to make sure that if I'm not clicking off the stage, it's not going to turn into a bridge. But I know that if we needed to do something like that, it would probably require where I touch to know that it's on ground, or at least to know that it's not above air. So to me, that feels like a ray casting thing, but I don't, which I guess we're doing in some way already for the cursor, but it's not taking into account the why, I guess. So I've just seen that Voxy says pathfinding, which I don't know. We'd almost need like a sensor on the front of the critter to be checking constantly whether it's got ground ahead of it. And if it doesn't have ground ahead of it, don't walk that way. But even then, you would still need to know where the cursor had been positioned. Freddy says just give the cursor a touch sensor. So have a similar system to where to what the critters have, which is they have a touch sensor that runs through their guts down underground to detect whether they're above the ground or not. And you're saying do something similar for the cursor. But if we did something similar for the cursor, how would we communicate to the critter whether or not the cursor was clicked on ground or on air? Because that's a great idea to put a touch sensor on the cursor itself. Okay. So there's a touch sensor on the cursor. So the cursor knows that it's been pointed on ground. This is hypothetical. There is not actually a touch sensor on there. Let's just imagine. So we're imagining there was a touch sensor here. It knows this is ground, 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 air. So there would need to be a piece of logic that would tell the critter that that the cursor has detected that the player has placed the cursor above air. So that you can then go into bridge mode. Yeah, I was asking the questions in a hypothetical sense, Freddy, not expecting you to know all the answers. We're more just kind of thinking through it out loud. So that, I think, makes sense to me. But the inverse would be the sensor has touched the ground, or it knows it's on ground. So you tell the critter to not go into bridge mode. I think it would still need a sensor on its front that would just basically stop it from walking off if that's activated. I think. Hang on. Let me just get MS Paint up for a second. No, not Paint 3D. Oh my goodness, that's going to take ages to load. Didn't mean to do that. Making pathfinding will be hard. Says, yeah, I think we would need a maybe a slightly more simple solution than that. If that is even an option, realistically. Let me just quickly add a window capture here. Okay, so just to visualize what I was proposing before. Oh, hang on. Sorry, this is gonna look so janky. But I'll try my best. Hey, good to see you, the Fuds. For the cursor flaw detection, you can send it to the same nodon as the flaw sensor so it doesn't go bridge. Yeah, that's smart. Okay, so pink is going to be our cursor for a minute. That's our cursor. Our cursor will need a sensor that runs through the middle. See, this is a dotted line. And detects whether there's flaw or not. So that would detect that there is flaw. This is kind of X-ray vision. Can you see that okay? Does it need to be any bigger? Just want to still be able to see chat. That's why I've got it not full screened. So let's say to visualize this, we'll have a little green thing that's saying, yep, flaw detected. Flaw detected by cursor. Dope. There we go. Flaw. So as Zertz just said, the cursor flaw detection, you could send it to the same nodon as the flaw sensor for the critter. So let's get a critter in here in my drawing. Okay, so it's a long critter. Oh my goodness, hang on. Sure, whatever. That's our critter. And similarly, that has a flaw detection sensor. It has this already. This is not a hypothetical. It does actually have this. And similarly, that checks if the flaw is beneath it. So we would... Oh, that's going to break the other critters who are actually in bridge mode. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I'm still on Windows 10 Elite. I haven't seen the Windows 11 paint. I'm scared to look at it. But also, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. So basically, if we went this way, that would kind of that would require like an instance of this for each critter. So, what if... The other thing I was thinking was... That's exactly the same situation for me, Mercury. My computer is, I think, too outdated to run Windows 11. I know there are ways to kind of force Windows 11 onto an incompatible machine, but until I have to, I'm not going to bother. Okay, again, excuse the terrible drawing. This is our critter. There's its face. I'm drawing a face for a very important reason, because we need to know which way around it's pointing. Why does his mouth look like that? Okay. So I'm wondering, and again, just thinking out loud here, I'm wondering whether or not we could affix a sensor out in front of the front face of a critter that is continuously sensing whether or not it is above ground. Obviously, it has a sensor inside its body for the ground, so that's for its own bridge detection. But I'm wondering whether or not, to get around any kind of actual pathfinding, we could have a separate sensor that would be basically like, if the cursor is above ground, then do not walk off ground. And instead, try turning a different direction until there's ground. You know, the kind of like the basic Roomba. It doesn't really have pathfinding, but it makes do. I mean, this would be minimum, I think, 2 extra Nodon per critter, because you'd have to offset it with something. Hey Michael, welcome to the stream. I hope you'll enjoy it. Great to see you. Always nice to see a new face. So 2 for the sensor, and then however much logic it requires to then tell it to move left, rotate left until you find ground. Why would we do this? The reason we would do this is because... I'm talking to myself, by the way. Don't worry, nobody in chat asked that. We would do this to prevent accidental bridge activation. And I'm sure there is a smarter way of doing this. But right now, this is the only thing I can think of that would prevent an accidental bridge activation. So I talked through how it would prevent one, but how now would this logic be used to create a bridge? When the floor detection for the cursor does not detect ground, so that would be this. Oh, I keep doing that. I need to change brush first. So now this cursor is not detecting ground. So if the floor is not detected by the cursor, then tell the critter to pay attention for where there is not floor in front of them and proceed as normal. I think that makes sense. It seems concerningly simple. And I'm sure there are ways in which it would break or perhaps not be the most robust solution. But I do think the issue of them bridging accidentally is something that fundamentally has to be solved. The Namco robot is spitting facts right now. So the the absolute minimum possible Nodon that you would require to do this, I think, would be 3 per critter for that sensor setup. That's not counting the cursor sensor. I think the absolute minimum would be 3. But I'm sure there's maybe some way to minimize that, or it might be higher than I realize. Because I think we need the sensor, we need something to offset the sensor, and we need something to tell it to rotate, which I think would just be an input to its rotation, perhaps. Temporary input to its rotation. Oh, and I guess it goes without saying that this would probably only be effective if they're already adhering to the straight lines, no diagonal movement. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to upload this current build, because I realize I haven't uploaded one today. So this is today's Xur build. So that is 30th, the last day of the month. 2501. Oops. And let's go share. Sorry for the double music. I will pause this for a second. Okay, and I'm going to just quickly post that on the I just saw Arch's post in the thread. I love it. Transform critters into platform mode. Challenging puzzle requires logic to reveal mysterious hidden platforms. That is a great image. I definitely recommend you go check that out in the Project Platforms forum thread. Okay, so current build. I will update the pinned post in this thread later on, but let's just post it here for now. G006 H5. There we go. So that is now on the thread for download, but you can also see it here on the screen, of course. And then I'm going to make a copy because I want to do a little experiment. And I need to rename this. Sorry, chat. Okay, this is my little experiment. Because I'm going to see if I can get the critter to detect the ground. In front of it, specifically, because it is already detecting the ground. So it should probably be attached to the front of the UFO. And it should probably be X center or something for the connection. I'm just going to put here while I test. So let's make the UFO visible. Direct just hit 15k views. That's in less than 24 hours, Freddy. People are hungry for GBG stuff. Don't let anybody ever tell you that GBG... people aren't interested in GBG. People love amazing GBG games. And I think the Direct is proof of that. Okay, so we're going to be doing this one step at a time because I do not trust myself on basically anything in GBG. So, all right, that is connected to the UFO. It is on the front of the UFO, but it's not offset by enough, so let's do that instead. I fell down. Oh. Oh. Is that being teleported? Is that what's happening there? Okay, that's being teleported for some reason. Let's see, the teleporters that are connected to the cursor. Well, one of them is this. It should only be teleporting football. Oh my goodness, I got an ad because I stayed on that tab. What about this one? My brain just formed critical critters. I'm writing it down because that could inspire greatness. Ooh, fun. I hope it does inspire greatness for you, for Voxy. Okay, so I need to look at all teleport entrances and see if any of them are set to teleport. Am I just connected to the wrong thing? It was just connected to the wrong thing. Okay. Okay, let's try again. There we go. It is currently attached to the wrong side of the UFO. I think instead it should be connected to Z minus? Other way around. Z plus to Z minus. GBG is so back arch. You love to see it. Okay. So this... Get out of here, you... This is our test critter. For its Roomba-style navigation. So it has a touch sensor, and we're going to have this touch sensor check for box. And when it is not sensing ground, it's going to play a sound. Let's have an angelic. Oh. Okay, so when I send it this way, excuse me. Oh, is it detecting itself? It's detecting itself. Let me narrow this down. Ow! The critter mutinied against me. Why? What is this song? Oh, it's the Food Channel music. It's because it's detecting the beak. Right. In which case, it will need to be extended out further from the model. Okay, things are gonna get messy just while we're testing. So what I need to do is let's use a cylinder and we want maybe this? Nope. What were we on before? We were on That's it. Bye. Okay, so that's behind the UFO, but we're getting closer. Z minus. Whoa, we're so close to 4,000 downloads on GBG Shop. 4,000 total unique downloads for games on GBG Shop. That's awesome. I'm trying to work out why that is constantly spinning. Yippee! So cool to see GBG getting so much love this month. Hopefully that will continue. Center. Y plus center. Oh no, that doesn't work. Oh, I think sadly this song's been actually copyright struck by somebody other than the owner, so I'm gonna have to skip that one.
I just MailChimp my mug.
X minus. There we go. Okay. So, I know it's very, very wobbly right now. And that is too long. Let's halve that length. All we need to do is have it clear the beak. Okay, that clears the beak. So, let's connect this back up so when it's not touching ground, we'll hear, oh. There we go. Is it ever gonna settle? I wonder whether that's causing it to offset like constantly. Meaning that it can never quite get to its spot. Oh man. Kind of feels like it's probably the case. So, let me just unhook this for a second. Let's instead try that on the box that makes up the object. Hey Game2Dan, welcome to the stream. Oh, I didn't hook up the sound, did I? Okay, but the problem right now is actually that it's not detecting just as it walks. So I do think it does need a longer offset. That might work. Why did I snip the connection of the knot and sound? Because when I'm in the programming screen, it would just go off continuously, Pipero. So I just wanted to avoid hearing the ah all the time. Okay, so I've made the touch sensor longer. Let's see if now it can effectively recognize the floor before it walks over. So obviously the logic is not there for it to avoid, but we should be able to feed something from the good one. Welcome back, Tubes. It really does look like one of the forms got stuck to a toilet tube. It was pretending it was a telescope and got stuck to its eye. Game2Dan says this month was very good for GBG. I agree. The bad thing is that tomorrow it is over. Well, the good news is, Game2Dan, that there is going to be some streams from RJ, who's making a Sonic game and building a Sonic game in GBG. And after I finish today, Coma Nomad's going to be doing the June Jam stream, playing all of the amazing June Jam creations. And later in the month, at the end of the month, July I mean, I'll be streaming a new selection of games. If you haven't heard the news, I'm bringing back the showcase streams as a monthly event last Saturday of the month. So July will be kind to us GBG fans as well. Okay, so when this knot detects, when this knot outputs a signal, which it does when it does not detect the ground, then we need to rotate the UFO. How do we currently rotate the UFO again? What would your wish list for a new GBG be? Asks the Art of Animation. Also, welcome to the stream, Art of Animation. I think I have many things, and I think it's something that the community has discussed a lot about potential GBG successor. I saw a great comment, I think it was from Arch, it may have been Voxy yesterday during the showcase stream, having a proper 3D view for the sequel. Allow working in 3D easier. But yeah, the Game Builder Labs that Ren's kind of speculated, envisioned, has lots of great solutions for some shortcomings of GBG. I don't have a favorite GBG game, DG. There's so many wonderful creations, and they're all so great and so different that it's impossible for me to pick a favorite. This angle sensor, yeah, that angle sensor that changes the direction, the rotation. So Piper, I explained the reason that I'm disconnecting the knot from the play is because if I keep it connected, it will do this for as long as we're on the programming screen. And I don't want to listen to that. But don't worry, I will reconnect it when the time is right. Why is it that some Nodons still do stuff on the programming screen? Asked Lemon One. That's a great question. I guess the logic is always running, because Well, some portion of it is, because you see how these connections are thick, whereas these ones are thin? That indicates that they are outputting their signal. And for things that rely on like the mouse cursor, you can see that they switch on and off. So I think anything that is a constant is going to be outputting even on the programming screen. Okay, so the thing that I'm trying to work out right now is how I would feed an input to the rotation of the UFO. So this is our angle sensor. It outputs to this map. Well, first of all, it's coming from the UFO. Let's follow the whole train. Connected to the UFO, it outputs to a map, to a digitize, and to a map before going to this hinge connector. So it's sending a signal that is between 0 and 90. Okay, so I think if I was to just put a map here, and set it to 0 to 1 and 0 to 90, just want to remind myself how range restriction works. Okay, chat, help me out here. Well, not even help me out, but I'm just curious. If you define an output range, why would you ever want range restriction disabled? Is there a use case for that? Oh my goodness, Ren's just spent an hour texturing a carpet. Oh, I bet it looks so good though, Ren's. It makes it multiply past that. It basically means any value outside the range would be mapped using the same logic. So range restriction enabled here would mean that it can only move between 0 and 90. Oh. So, okay. It basically means any value outside the range would be mapped using the same logic. So if the value is 2, it would be remapped to 180. Got it. Right. Freddy says really good for addition. Interesting. Okay. Wow, crazy. Pipro, please do not spam the same message. I gave an explanation about why, for the time being, for this simple test, I just want to disconnect the wire from the musical note. I know there's many more elegant ways to do this if I was building a piece of logic that would exist in perpetuity. But for now, this is nice and simple. The musical note is just an indicator. It's not going to be part of the game. I understand it is a great method, Pypro, but here we just need something very rudimentary when it comes to whether or not the ah sound plays. Singing and dancing, that's right, Michael. These cute little critters are putting on a show as well. Mercury says, the critter got an empty gift wrap tube stuck to its beak. Somebody help it! See, this is why you do not throw your kitchen roll tubes into the ocean. Ow, I got pushed. I think it's as part of the way there, but not in a very sensible way, and not in a very reliable way. But it also doesn't actually... Right now, even in a best case scenario, all this actually does is make it rotate. And then I think that it would probably just try and go in the direction that it was going anyway. Because all this is doing is changing the rotation. Okay, let me keep this here for a minute while I think about this. Can we model a tree, chat? I want to model a tree. Alright, give me a sec. I just need to get things rejigged. I will be back momentarily. I'm restarting this track because I want to hear Wappy Dog. I'm back. Let me get the Paint 3D window capture. We love Wappy.
Have a very cool day.
Hey, it worked for you, Foxy.
Easy. Let's try.
What's the trick? What's the trick? Why is it inconsistent? Only works if you use YouTube's emote picker. Weird. Do it, Mercury.
Have a very cool day.
There we go. Mercury's definitely worked. It was the first one that came through. Okay, just getting the Paint 3D window showing. Ah, so the Windows emoji picker doesn't work. That's so strange. I wonder whether there's like a formatting difference between them.
Have a very cool day. Have a very cool day.
So Elite and Freddy's worked.
Have a very cool day.
And that one worked, Foxy. All right, we are switching over to Paint 3D.
Have a very cool day.
Okay, let's make a tree. So our environmental elements will be brought in as sprites. These will be fairly straightforward.
Have a very cool day.
But like Telfie, these are going to utilize shapes that you can't use in GBG. Or not easily. And unlike Telfie, these won't require too much cleanup. Donut shaped tree would be amazing. Donut shaped tree would be amazing, Tubes. Donut. Okay, so to line this up, I'm actually going to turn the cylinder on its side. Because there's no fancy snapping like there is in Maya. Sorry, Blender. When did I say Maya? Hey, PMC. Oh, Guardians Crusade, you have such a good OST. Honestly, what a game. I'm so shocked I enjoyed that as much as I did. That is... It's not really a me kind of game, or at least I wouldn't think it would be, but it was so fun. It was so fun to be Domyop from Orgo. Okay, so we have to kind of imagine, we have to kind of envision what it would be like from approximately the angle that the sprite would be rendered from, which is not always going to be how it looks best from the front. So that's a very, 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 very simple tree shape. But I love this donut tree idea. Kind of want to explore that idea. Sorry, I do mean Night and Baby, which is the correct name for the game. It's just that the OST uses the incorrect name, Guardians Crusade. I love that one sound that sounds like somebody hitting a baseball with a aluminium baseball bat. The one that's like... Can't even replicate it. But it's good. I suggest half sphere on top of cylinder. Here? Half sphere on top of cylinder. PMC says, in my opinion, you should make the tree trunk get a little bigger as it reaches the ground. That's not something I can do in Paint 3D, I don't think. Hang on, let me think about it. No. Unless... no. I mean, I definitely could in Blender, obviously, but... That is a good shout, PMC, but I don't think it's possible to do here. Oh, cute. I like that. I like that shape. I just saw your Discord message. We'll add that to the lineup as well. Delicious donut tree. Oh, I kind of love this tree. This tree's going to be hard to beat. This tree's going to be hard to beat, chat. What if the tree is also a toy from the desk? And it's a ball catcher toy. The top of the tree is a green sphere. That's fun. We're not in the toy... I'm going to be like, actually, but we're not in like the toy realm. Because Telfi has traveled to a distant land, which is not like a toy land. But it'd be cool to do a toy themed stage. I love the donut tree idea. I also really like Voxy's half sphere topped tree as an option. So I'm actually going to half sphere this one as well. Exactly that, Rens. I went full nerd emoji. Oh, this tree's so nice. This is a very pleasing tree shape to me. I'm glad you approve, Tubes. Could be a Kong if you colored it in red. Could be a Kong. What does that mean, JD? Sorry, I don't think I know that reference. Kong as in Donkey Kong? Or is Kong the name of a type of tree? Sorry to not know that reference. Oh, it's a brand of dog toy. I do know what you mean. Yes, yeah. The like hard rubberized chew toys. Are they sort of hollow inside? They've definitely got this bobbly ring shape. That's so funny. Choop says, these trees will be sprites. Correct? Will the sprites be facing the camera then? Otherwise they might look flat. Well, remember we've got that kind of fixed orthographic-ish view. So we'll see them sort of like this, which I think looks beautiful, especially with our donut tree. This one's less interesting. But let me just try. I want to increase the height on this a bit. You did not need to put the poop emoji vision into everyone's mind, Voxy. Kinda liked it more before. Bear with me one sec. Oh my goodness, Ren's just said my Switch was at 1% and I didn't say, but I just noticed in time. I literally lost days of work once before because of that, made me quit the project. Oh, that sounds horrible. Good job for spotting. I wonder whether this one should just be... full orb rather than a half sphere. Because then I can... yeah. do a little bit more of that kind of thing with it. Yes, they absolutely would. Troops, I can see that too. Okay, so that's tree number 2. It does actually require a little bit of scale tweaking on it before it be usable. So let's try Voxies. Hang on. 1 sec, Tubes. Okay, you ready, Tubes? I actually don't know how they sound. Oh, wait. Huh? 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 Do they actually sound like that? I mean, they look like they would sound like that, so that's honestly perfect. Paint 3D repo is real. Oh, your voice comes out of them. Okay, I see. That's fun. Oh yeah, of course. They're the player character, aren't they? Okay, I'm just gonna have to very quickly put the trunk through the top. I can make sure it's centered. There we go. I do love how clean this one looks. It's kind of giving mushroom, honestly. How much control you have over a donut's thickness? Oh, it's not great. But I can show you. We can probably get something working. The biggest challenge will just be actually lining up and scaling it correctly. Let's go from the bottom. I actually need to bring it down a bit more. Oh, Nodon says, or Nodon says, Nodon does not say. Ren says, Dom, has anyone ever asked you what your favorite Nodon is? If they have, I don't recall. And I would. Very deserved. Thank you, Mr. O. That's honestly such a good question. And I don't know what to tell you. I think... Hang on, I need to see some. Kind of love the world Nodon. The world Nodon's pretty good. Where's my world Nodon? World's cute. Let me think. Well, Button is great. Stick is iconic. Honestly, it might be Stick because Stick is GBG to me. Like, it's the first Nodon we ever saw. And they look so friendly. I feel like, actually... So, I don't know whether I've said this on stream before. In fact, I definitely have, because I feel like it was divisive. I'm not really a dog person. However, I think Stick Nodon gives dog energy in a good way. Like, they seem like they would be really eager, they'd be ready to chill, to have fun. I think they'd be a best bud. Who else? I'll be honest, I don't like Timer. Counts is pretty cool. The like display eyes is fun. I kind of don't like play sound. It's a little scary. I mean, it is cute, but it's a tiny bit intimidating. It looks manic. Person Nodon, I like the actual person, but the Nodon is not that exciting. It's kind of cute. I like that they kind of chibified the proportions, but Choops, was it you that said the free slide? Free slide is fun. I don't think I would want to spend any time with the free slide though. Hey Disco, you didn't hear me dissing person Nodon. Good to see you. How you doing? I just said it's not the most exciting. Same, Voxy. World Nodon is pretty up there for me. Oh, Effects! Effects is great. Effects looks so fun. Effects is giving like annoying little brother energy. I think we...
Thank you.
Hey!
MR Observador sent a £1
Oh no!
and super chat. How's the progress going, Dom? Not like I'm going to tell to a certain Mr. Finance _ Dojo blobbish sad face. I'm asking because I joined recently.
Mr. O, are you a secret agent for Andrew Finance? Oh man, please don't tell him. We've been looking at different Nodon. Our favorite Nodon. Progress... How is progress going? It's going slow. We had a massive leap in terms of functionality from last stream because Zert came in clutch and assisted with getting the remaining things that I'd broken when trying to implement his original fixes, plus more in terms of functionality. So we can collect critters, we can command them, we can recall them, and we can bridge them. But there is some issues that we found in relation to the systems they use, like this. Also, I do want to say very, very much thank you, Mr. O, for your super chat. I really, really appreciate your support, as always. I was so distracted answering your question that I forgot to say thank you. And could we get some cool gamers for Mr. O in chat as well? I had to test that because you can't write Mr. and Finance together. It doesn't let you send the message. Huh? That's wild. Oh, I think it thinks it's a web address, maybe. Like, because of the dot? That's so funny, though. Let's hear it, Tubes. I want to hear your pitchfork opinion. Oh, Tubes, do not worry at all. You're not going to see a pitchfork from me. They are the most incredibly placeholder things ever. If you recall, maybe you weren't there, but we did... Oh, hang on. I'll just show you. One moment. Just loading up the project. Should save this first. Save as 3D Paint project trees. I will show you once I'm back on the thing that I'm meaning to show. They were placeholders, troops, like the sprites we were not supposed to get attached to. Exactly, Mr. O. I see your briefing with Andrew Finance went well. This is what the critters will look like once it loads up. Thank you, Game2Dam. That was the birthday art that I made, because it's the channel's 13th birthday today. Oh, JD, sorry for the bad timing. We're just switching up projects at the moment in Paint 3D, so I had to hide my saved projects with an intermission screen. Oh, I haven't had any of my peppermint tea. It is now just peppermint water. Look how long projects take to load in Paint 3D. Disco says, check in the 3D library in Paint 3D. There is one called Stylized Fir Tree that looks exactly like yours. I will definitely take a look at that. Boiled peppermint whopper. I can guarantee you those 3 words have never been in a sentence before, in that order. Oh, I'm hoping I can ensure a good report then, Mr. O. I'm gonna be on my best behavior. Any day now, Paint 3D will spring into life. Chat, what are your favorite Nodon? I went through mine and I feel like, oh, here we go. I went through mine and I feel like some folks were sharing theirs, but if you didn't share yours already, what is your fave? Okay, so that's the bird. That's the pig. That's the sheep. That's the cow. That's the dog. And I love them. They're all precious. Do you have a favorite, chat? I think my favorite... Again, I feel like I just said I'm not really a dog person. But I think the dog might be my favorite. Will every phone be different, or will there be multiple of each design? Well, one of the things we were discussing earlier is that actually I might not be able to have all 5. It's more likely that maybe we'll have 4 or 3. So there will have to be some kind of decision making at some point. Sheep's cute. Yes, pig is giving tutorial pig. Honestly, dog is... I was going to say dog is giving chat dog, but it's not. Chat dog doesn't look like that. Ooh, I don't know, JD. Can you recognize from their appearance? Bird does look like a goofy guy. That's why Doomsday exists, is it's your interpretation of dogs. Maybe. Well, it clearly doesn't look like Dogsy, Mr. O. It's because we've never had a canon interpretation of Chat Dog yet. That's why I mentioned Chat Dog. I'd never forget my precious Dogsy. Yes, that is intended, Voxy. Giving them a little whoop, 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 whoop. Anyway, I do now have to switch back because I have to go back to my trees. Chat Dog has just been the YouTube version of the dog emote. Yep. Oh, I would love that for there to be a cat one, JD. But I feel like I wanted to go kind of vaguely barn yard themed with these critters. And I feel like dog is more likely to be seen in a barn than a cat. But I feel like a cat would be like a mouser, right? But I don't know. Dog just feels right in my brain. Wrong feed. There we go. Right, let's look at this fur that's apparently in the 3D library. See you, Michael. What was it called? Disco said, was it like minimal? Struggling to find it now. Stylized fir tree. Ah. Kind of like my left one. I don't like the proportions, but I suppose we would see it at that angle. Guess I could squash it. Kind of cute. Can I recolor aspects of a... Oh, you can only do the whole thing. Let's try one more thing here as well. I'm going to try with just 2 rings. 2 donuts, sorry. But, scale everything up. If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it, says Voxy, or in this case, taken a ring out. Both Tubes and Arch have mentioned this song being associated with my videos. I love this track. It's got such, like, something is unfolding energy. It's also, I feel like, the least heard GBG song. Actually, I'm curious what would actually be the song you hear the least in the game. This is a GBG song. This is Mystery Room. Yes, this is from GBG. Okay, I think my my guess of this being the least heard song is accurate. It's Mystery Room. No, the credits theme is the one that, like, has the how does it go? 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever it goes. Oh, the Alice's Guide tracks? Yeah, that's true. And there's a couple of variants of those. It's from the Mystery Room game. Oh, this needs to be taller, I think. Freddy has never beaten the tutorials. That really surprises me. I kind of felt like you would have done it just for the badge. What was this mystery room they took you to? Why is your copy personalized? Newt is reminded of To a T because of the trees. To a Tree. That's great. To a T is a gorgeous looking game. That is a nice association to have. Hang on. We are going on another detour. There you go. Hi everyone. In this video, we'll be figuring out what the least known song is in GBG. Many people have been wondering, what is Mystery Room? Where did it come from? Well, today we'll be answering exactly that question. There's lots of great music. I think the On a Roll one's very fun. It's the like do. And the colors here and the logo here are so nice. This feels like a game Voxy would have made with a logo like this. This is actually just one of the Voxy games that somehow made it into the game. Look, they even turned the buttons pink. And yellow. So Voxy coded. I don't like the music to Alien Blaster. Oh no, I do. It's good. It's good. There's one that I don't like. Oh, it's the race car one. Hey, Grape Juice, welcome to the stream. Yeah, GBG music's honestly goated. Alien Blaster's good. It's the car one that I've literally never used, I believe. Wait, it reminds me of something. What is that? What is that? Wait. What is that song? Oh, it's Psycho Soldier from that old arcade game. There's a song, like one of the first video game songs to use synthesized vocals, I believe. And it was an arcade game. Psycho Soldier, I think is the name. Anyway, that was a detour of a detour. What's Super Person World sound like? Oh yeah. Kind of Mario World vibes. Yes! Voxy had the same thought. I don't like the logo. What is the deal with, like, why is this positioned here? Because they've got the kind of word art thing going on. It's got depth. But it's too far to the right? Yes, PowerPoint R font. Agreed, Disco. Like, I don't think it works with just the final letter, or sorry, the final word being 3D. Logo designed by someone without OCD. The logo is trying to be a bootleg version of the Super Mario 3D Land World logo. I know, but like, top line, great. Middle line, fine. I get what they're doing with it. But then this, like, I think it needs to be shoved over. Or have everything staggered. I don't know. I don't work for Nintendo. Oh no, Voxy sent me a DM. No, not the Cyclops play sound Nodon. I'd forgotten about that. It's terrifying. I feel like the Thrill Racer logo does its job. I want to know who this is. This gives Kirby character to me. Like Kirby. This would be like some weird character that would turn up and Choops would know all the lore and it would actually destroy planets. And it'd be like, oh, this shows up in this one mini game where you collect coins and it also destroys universes. Why does it have eyes? I'm not exactly sure what this is meant to be. Is it a wheel? Is it a flag? I mean, that's clearly like the GBG eyes. It kind of looks like a manhole cover or a Or like a bin lid? Mystery Room. Mystery Room is kind of like Famicom Detective adjacent in its treatment, I feel. I feel like this was kind of a cop-out in a way. It's fine, it's doing a thing. It is incredibly cute Mercury. I just don't know what it's meant to be. Risky Run is 2D Super Person Land logo. Alien Blaster is doing like a real 80s Western arcade cabinet treatment for a Japanese game. Oh my goodness, Choops, it really is. This Kirby Tilt and Tumble character is so similar to the what is that game called? Thrill Racer. On a roll, great. No notes. The idea of a donut-shaped apple is very funny. Tag Showdown. Tag Showdown to me gives high, like top-rated Scratch game. Logo for like top 10 rated Scratch games of 2023. It's like everybody played Tag Showdown on Scratch at school. And everyone has like a fond memory of it. Where are the other arms? Beside them, it's fine. Oops, didn't mean to boot it. Did you see a recognizable friend there, by the way, chat? It's the Direct logo. It was lurking there all along. On a Roll has the best select sound, I think. Kind of like the clock sound for Mystery Room. The checkpoint theme. It's fun. They did use that shape in the announcement trailer for GBG Voxy, but it didn't have the eyes, right? How do you get the gold medal on your GBG title screen? By completing all the interactive lessons, the Alice guide, and the checkpoints. Continuing the theme, this is giving fake transparent PNG when you search medal on Google. Like, option 3 on the top line of the Google search results, and you click it, and it has a fake... it has a fake transparent grid background. Each sequential checkpoint adds more instruments. Wait, what? Is that a thing? I don't think that's a different track. In fact, I'm pretty confident it isn't a different track because I feel like we would have seen it in the game files. Yeah. It's also not more as you move through the menu. How do we get here from developing platforms, by the way? That's a good question. Let's go let's go back to Paint 3D. Honestly, Choops, me too. Oh my goodness, I've just realized it's not long till Coma Nomad's stream. Is everybody going to be checking it out? I know for sure that I will be. Currently, I think my favorite might be either this one or this one. Kind of leaning more towards... Yes! Mercury! Oh my goodness, I can't wait to see. The sidetracking is infectious.
Have a very cool gate.
Chat, we're not going to be able to have a very cool gay soon. I can't believe it. For a whole nother year. I've said this before multiple times, but I'm gonna repeat it anyway. Chat, I would not stream if you weren't also funny. Genuinely. Seeing all of the very, very funny comments in chat brings me so much joy. And can be a terrible distraction at times. But I legit wouldn't stream. If chat wasn't there and chat wasn't just the best. And I shouldn't say chat and make it seem like you're all one hive mind. I mean all of the wonderful, lovely, individual, different people in chat. Okay, I'm settling on donut. Me when I'm a tiny mouse that breaks into the local bakery and feels tired. I'm settling on donut. I've never noticed how weird the lighting of the switch on the lesson screen is. The switch on the lesson screen. Oh, I know what you're referring to. Is it weird? I never really paid much attention to it. Just kind of flat. It's lit from the top. Yeah. Screenshot button is dark. I guess they were trying to replicate the different material, because it is a slightly different material to the buttons, I think. Or it's kind of like not etched like the buttons are. Whoops. I think it's really funny that they accurately represented the weird gray tone of the Switch screen when it's off. That's so specific. Look, when it goes between videos, it goes to that gray color instead of being perfectly black. That rules. If you look at your Switch at home, when it's turned off, the screen is so visible. It doesn't go to full black. Night Newt, thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a restful sleep. Oh yeah, I was in bird's eye mode so I could shrink this down. I'm doing a final donut shape. Because I realized that the proportions were a little off on that one. Oh yeah, I think the Switch 2 screen doesn't do that. I heard Mousy, like we got a subscriber. But oh wait. There we go, we should be able to see it. Elioctus says, man, having no Switch fancy object to go with the Joy-Cons, it's right there. So that is, that Switch on the menu is just a picture. Or I guess maybe a series of pictures that they layer up, but it's not an actual 3D model on there. But they do have a 3D model of the Switch because it was used in Labo. It is a shame that it is not a fancy object that you can utilize. Yes! Voxy says it's so funny that they kept the model of the Joy-Con with all the innards fully modeled. I guess it was just easier to leave it than to remove it. I'm thinking these are our winners. Ooh, wait, let me try one more thing. You get out of here. You get out of here. I don't want to use someone else's tree. I want to make one from scratch. But thank you, Disco, for pointing out the simple fur model. Lemon One says, I wonder what unused Labo leftovers there are in GBG. Quite a number. Because a lot of the animations for the fancy objects remain in the file. So, like, does the... Oh, like the treasure chest. I think the treasure chest has animations, but it doesn't in GBG, but they are in the files.
I am Invictus. I am.
Sorry for the ad. Yeah. Yes, there are sound effects that are associated with fancy objects as well that aren't used. I think the TV fancy object also has some unused display textures. Are these documented on the cutting room floor? I don't think they are. Okay, I'm just going to try one last design idea. Hey, thank you for uploading the beta Nodon, Voxy. That's great. I don't like that. Thought I might like that, but I don't like that. Okay, I think it's gonna be lollipop, stick, and dog toy. That I go for. Yeah, having the treasure chest object and not being able to open it. That was from Kirby Dream Course. The last one that you heard, Arch. And you'll know where this one's from. Okay, just gonna switch back over to the start card while I save this. All right, chat. I think I should leave it here because I know that in about an hour's time, Coma Nomad is streaming the June Jam games. It is still extremely hot here. I am just dripping with sweat right now with the PC on and the monitors on. There hasn't been much progress today. I got distracted. I think my brain was too hot. Honestly, I have been tired out with this last push of GBJune stuff. So yeah, I will probably leave it at this point. I'm sure you'll understand. I will continue working on project platforms in some non-GBJune Dev Days streams. I'm gonna have to try and think about how I'm gonna fix the naming convention of these streams because I was calling them GBJune Dev Days week 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then any extra ones I did were called for example, week 4 extracurricular 1. So then I could add as many extracurriculars as I wanted. But then once we're out of GBJune, they're not going to be GBJune Dev Days. So maybe, I don't know. Why am I talking about this? Thank you, Renz. Thank you for the congratulations on 13 years of VideoDojo. 13 years of continued silliness. And yeah, 16k views on the direct within 24 hours is wild. Like I said earlier, that just really shows how keen people are to see great new games being made in GBG. All right. I'll see you soon, everybody. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. I hope this was a nice distraction if you were working on a project in the background.
Bye-bye.
Or you were just relaxing at the end of a long day. I'll see you very soon. I'll catch you in the Discord. I'll see you in the comments. Bye-bye.